happening. What?
The fuck are you?
Oh jeez. Oh my goodness me. Okay, wow. there's some audio bleed.
going.
That's fine.
It's all good.
Great.
It's all good.
Okay. Hello. Welcome to what the
Hell yeah.
for Thursday, 23rd March 2023. Do you want to do the introductions thing while I get YouTube open?
Sure. I can do the introductions.
Go.
Wait, we both can. Hold on. I'm switching to your audio. I think that should
That's
sound
better.
nicer.
Yeah.
Awesome. Hi, I'm Isaac. I do things sometimes with synthesizers, maybe. And yeah, I'm here.
I'm Tim. I too do things with synthesizers sometimes, and I'm in a different place, so many
We're all-
miles away.
All different places.
We're all in slightly
Nice.
different locations right now.
As it's quiet.
Yes,
Am
I
I
am in
quiet?
Cal.
Okay. That should
Live
be
sound
better?
check.
Check 1, 2.
Okay, cool. Oh yeah, explicit content warning. What content warning?
Although it might be less explicit after, once the title's done. Then
No, we're gonna swear all the time.
I'm gonna swear all the time.
That's how this clearly went last time, where we did so
Yeah,
much
it's
swearing.
Great. Okay. Bam. Right. Tim, this is your suggested theme. Slash topic.
Yep.
Thoughts?
I'm for it. No, I was.
I vote for
Yes.
4 module pairings.
Yeah, I actually. So that is something. Like to hear your thoughts as well. I was actually. I sort of in preparing. I didn't really think through too much, but I did grab a couple other things. The other ideas, like I have some tea here. I've got some different teas that I was going to sniff and see how what kind of sounds would go with them. Got a sample of different plants. Like do you want your tulips versus your little succulents. Succulents are a classic.
Love the pot. That's great.
Versus the this little deal. But yeah, in terms of actual module gear pairings, I don't know. I mean, something that actually the last stream that I did, aside from the Mimeophone only, which was paired with nothing stream, I was having a lot of fun just going back to my original, like my very first module was Monsoon, and then immediately got a mixer after that. But then the third module I ever got, I was at a talk and someone mentioned comparators, and I was like, "What's a comparator?" And I was like, "Comparator is exactly what I'm looking for." There was actually I was going to do a performance using a toy piano, like the following week. So this talk was actually at Perfect Circuit, so I went bought a Doepfer A119, and so that's actually what my last patch was. My first mini March stream was just a few modules, and it was beads instead of Monsoon, which I still have, and then the A119. So that's that's a mic input, and then it has the envelope follower, it has the comparator, and it's pretty straightforward and a lot of fun. So but then to pair with that, what I did was actually inverted the signals so that whenever there was sound, that would unfreeze the buffer. And so when I spoke into the microphone, more sound would feed in. and then as soon as I stopped speaking, it would freeze the buffer again. So that's how the comparator was being used, setting the threshold. So that so it was just constantly looping, and I could mess around with the grain and all the fun with that. But then I could just add something at some point, and it would just feed into the buffer, and I didn't have to worry about pressing buttons or anything like that.
Yeah, nice.
So yeah, so I mean that was that's not really quite answering the question, but it's that sort of is a setup that I've used in a few different patches over the years, pairing it with different sounds. And so in this last one, I really was I didn't have much planned beforehand, but I had some little bells that I played. I sang into the microphone, and then I also strummed ukulele, grabbed that off the wall.
Nice.
Also poured a beer into a glass for some nice fizzy sounds. But that was a lot of fun. Just trying the different sounds and the quality of the different instruments going into that, and just it was a lot of fun. That's definitely a pair that I've gone to several times over the years. And actually, one little quick side note, since we've got Isaac Beads, who's done a lot of beads streams, right?
I'm so into beads.
I still haven't quite gotten the hang of turning down the auto gain on that. So when I was sitting there, if I had the mix sort of halfway between wet and dry,
it'll just start.
It'll just
start boosting shit. Yeah, no,
it was crazy. So it was terrible. So what I did, fortunately for that patch, it wasn't bad at all to just turn it to full wet, and so that whenever I was talking and the comparator, unfroze the buffer, at that point suddenly brought it back down the gain, so there wasn't any noise, and then it would freeze up again. So then it was, by the time it was doing its whole gain thing, you couldn't hear that because it was frozen. So,
wow, we've got a surprise entrant.
Surprise!
Hello, I thought, are you in the far north on a fishing trip?
I am. Hello.
You look very much like a fisherman right now. This is the pipe and the beanie and everything. You've got it down.
Yeah. So sorry to hijack the stream, but
no, it's okay.
I saw that you.
It's such a vibe.
Oh, hell yeah.
Amazing. Look at that.
Nice. You can hear the seagull, I think.
Oh, man. Now, Bartok, what would be the best module pairing for this little environment that you are in at the moment? If you had to pick a module to just be with you. What carries that vibe, I would say?
He maybe can't hear us.
Oh, maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, and we got a request for Isaac.
So?
Boost your audio.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're back.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. So the best module pairing, I'd probably go with something like the Twin Waves dual oscillator.
Yeah.
Going into my favorite hated filter, the Three Sisters, and just having something nice. Two different oscillators going into one filter and getting some low tones in it here mixed in with the surroundings.
That'd be nice. Some nice droney kind of. You could do like sort of buoy noises.
Right.
I imagine.
Now the question also for if you have that those filters, would it be a flavored tobacco or just a Virginia flake, or what would be the right?
Yeah, I don't like the flavored tobaccos. I have just straight, Cavendish, Latakia mix.
Nice. Sounds good.
Fantastic.
Nice.
So yeah, I'm kind of excited that I saw that you guys are on, and I'm like, oh, I'm not working today. I actually can jump in and
Yeah.
and join in on this.
Awesome. That's great.
Yeah. We should do an entirely outdoor.
You should do a whole outdoor. Everyone just does it on their phones, like in nature. We can go on a hike.
All
So
right.
that's.
Cool. All right. Isaac.
Yes.
Module pairings.
Module
Let's
pairings.
put you in a spotlight.
I've really been into like Castor and Pollux into Polaris right now for just some like really great like bread and butter synthwave bass. Yeah, that's the mine is over here. It's actually Rainbow. Um, but like that with like a basic B stock.
Yeah.
Castor and Pollux with like Polaris, which is very kind of 80s sounding, like nice OTA filter, and you can just get those really with a good ADSR. You can just get some fantastic like synthwave just droning basses, like the dung 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 dung, like the Knight Rider, totally with that, or you can make a nice lead with it. And so that's been one of my favorite things too. Like, just it's basic, but just oscillators into filters. And just with like subtle modulation. Though also I have been doing in the thing that I'm currently running myself into, my little portable box here,
Oh yeah.
which we can maybe get into later, is like just straight up like a sine wave oscillator into another sine wave oscillator with like a sine wave LFO modulating, just like sines and sines and sines. It's like a very like kind of West Coast Buchla-y sort of thing, and you get some really really crazy tones out of it, So I've been really enjoying that recently as well. I feel like I've been stuck in a rut of like kind of making like music sounding things, and I sort of wanted to stop making music sounding things and just make some fucking weird noise for a little bit, just sit there and just make crazy fizzles and horrible unlistenable garbage.
Yeah, we talked about that a bit last week.
Yeah,
like
definitely.
in terms of making music versus just making stuff that's fun.
Yeah,
like
sounds versus like producing a track or something.
Yeah.
Yeah,
sometimes
it's cool. One can inform the other though as well.
Exactly.
So your sounds can be musical, and your music can be enhanced by sounds.
Yeah. Like what I've been doing is sometimes I'll get this and I'll wait until I've kind of fiddled it into a way where it's sort of like a kind of locked, like a loop of something, and then I'll put something over that loop of kind of weirdness, and you can, as soon as it's just a little more tamed and you put some drums or a vocal or something on it, it can be a really powerful, like nice kind of starter for something, I guess. But yeah, module pairings and other things, I guess, is also beads just by itself is really good, but beads like into a filter, like a stereo filter after like beads for after like a reverb or something, can be really fun, just like filtering down reverb or like sending that in an envelope and doing kind of some big, then you get this huge sound that you've just kind of compressed all the way down to just a low like rumbly thing. So that's another good combo. If you have any stereo filters, if you have an Ickery or a QPOS or something, stereo dipole, whatever, put a reverb before your filter.
That's fine. I'd like to try that. I actually, this morning I had a thought for something which I'm sure people do, and I had never thought about doing it before, is with a reverb, do something like almost full wet on the reverb, but have it a really short delay. So it's like super echoey, but not for a long time. Like for a very short time, but I have no idea what that would sound like.
Yeah.
Try it out.
One of my favorite things with beads with that is the fact that beads has control over the dry wet, and specifically control over the amount of reverb, because it's fantastic just get to shoot a whole ton of reverb into something and then bring it all the way down. Like that's an awesome.
That's actually I've been modulating that input a lot.
It's
beads,
like one of the best parts of beads, I think. Yeah. For sure. But yeah.
Nice.
What about you, Kyle? What would you say is your
for risk of repeating myself again, like, because Droid has no flavor as such, it just works with everything, which is kind of a cheat, Yeah. It's zero character. Oh. What's actually in my case right now? In fact, I can show you.
Oh yeah, we got the overhead
You
cam.
can see stuff.
Hell yeah.
That's not plugged in.
Everyone's got secondary cameras.
What we got? Instro stuff, disting, plats, squid. Oh, it's a mess.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty.
Yeah.
Glitchy.
I mean, Troika's doing a lot of work. I mean, just Troika and some VCAs. It's really nice.
Mm-hmm. Does Troika have VCAs on it?
No,
Ah,
it's massive and it's just
huge.
3 voices, 3 oscillators, not even voices.
I know Instro just likes to put VCAs on fucking everything. It's like
They
his
do now,
tone,
yeah.
I know.
They didn't used to. In fact,
Yeah.
I saw some new stuff today, which I can't talk about. Might have VCAs. Yeah, pairings. I mean, it's anything into clouds. It just sounds good.
Just sounds good. It just works. It just works. It really does.
Like,
I was gonna make that joke, and then I realized that's exactly what I was just talking about. Was
We've all been
beads.
going on about fucking beads and monsoon and shit.
Yeah.
It's already. I just bought a rings and it sounds great into beads because of course it does. Of course, rings into beads is amazing.
Classic.
Everyone has been saying this for years, and then I get it, and it's like, yeah, duh, yeah, no fucking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah. I was messing around with when I first got plats.
Yeah.
I was just messing around with that into beads, and I was just like changing all the different modes. And at one point, I was like, "This sounds great!" And of course, guess which
on
mode
rings mode.
both of them were in.
Yeah. I've been using rings a lot in Easter egg mode into beads because then you're just getting like nice synth pads. It's just like kind of Blade Runner-y sort of all that.
But that's
shit.
that's when you need to break out the succulent.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. You put the succulent next to it, the house plants. Pour yourself a cup of coffee, and then synchronize that to your intro.
I have plats in rings mode is just one voice. Is that right?
I don't have a
I don't
plan.
know.
I think so. I actually got out of that mode really fast just because I was like, I have to not do this.
It can't be a cliche. Yeah. That's rings.
That's rings. It's
All mutable modules are actually the same module. Little known fact.
I mean, that's quite actually more true than you think.
Yeah.
I mean, it's basically an STM and
And a DAC
some
and
hardware.
all that.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're all very similar. Yeah.
Well,
Oh,
do that
whoa.
one.
That was
there
weird.
we go.
All right, yeah. And then of course, the last module pairing I still need to do is Cosmo with a little bit of whiskey because I still have the tiny whiskey that Heck gave me.
Yeah, same.
I don't know. I haven't had an occasion to drink it, but maybe I'll do it on a stream.
Take it to the climbing comp on Saturday.
That's a good call. Actually, that's a good
Well,
idea.
I was thinking. So I only have one whiskey on hand at the moment, and it's a California whiskey with a really cool. I like the label.
Oh, look at him.
Redwood Empire. So I was
That's
thinking
the
about
most California label I've ever seen.
Yeah, so I was thinking about using, breaking that plus Monsoon, which is made by Cal Synth. My copy of it, just see about pairing that. And then, of course, I have no Instruo modules, and I have no Scotch whiskey at the moment, so
Yeah, that's okay.
stick with a local bit.
That's all right.
Shall we move on to the next topic?
Yeah, let's go.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Bam.
Small case, big case, fight.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
Oh,
since
yeah.
it's mini March, I thought this
is
would be an
mini-March.
appropriate topic.
All right. I
like
fucking
this
love
topic.
small cases. I like small cases a lot. I think a lot of us here do.
Yep.
Because it's just, I don't know. There's a real appeal to me about trying to do the very most with the very least amount of stuff. Because it makes you think about kind of every little thing you're doing. Like, you're kind of having a level of awareness, I feel like, that you wouldn't normally have when you're patching with like, you know, fucking your huge Tonto looking electronic orchestra wall size synth.
Yeah.
Um, and it can also be good for like kind of directing you a little bit. Like if you don't know what to do, there's not actually that many options for things to do, so it's kind of hard to get stumped. I feel like because you can always just yeah, it's like there's three modules in front of you. Just
Yeah.
figure it out.
Yeah, I love the. I'm definitely a person who does better with limitations creatively. You know, just because if you, I mean, it's like, you know, that's why I have, you know, if I had a DAW or like I opened up VCV rack before having any hardware at one point. I was like, I didn't know what to do, and it was just like kind of overwhelming. And then later when I came back to VCV, I was just at one point I was just like, okay, I'm only going to use Instro modules in
Yeah.
VCV.
And you have
And
a,
then suddenly
really
it was like
time.
then it's like there's a limitation, you know, so like I'm not gonna like overwhelmed by, you know, which thing should I have? And then at one point I was like, I'm only gonna do a Bafacco. Now, you know, so it's just but then also it's nice starting out small. Like the first I got a no coast before I had any module any Euro rack. And you know, my goal was to like I also wanted to have like another part of having a small system, a small case is that to me it feels more like an instrument. And it's just it is knowing that instrument and sort of really sort of as you said like crafting like just you know playing with it and having that sort of responsiveness. And so my goal was to just like only build like one module at a time, just sort of just to accompany the no coast. And so
Yeah.
I got the three that I said, you know, first off, like, you know, no coast into monsoon, good pairing there. And then
Perfect, yeah.
you know, a mixer so I could bring something else in because like a Volca, I had a Volca, you know, bring that in. And then you know, and then the comparator. So then you can add audio into that, like a microphone, that kind of thing. And then don't remember what I got next, but you know, like bit by bit building it up. So each module, like when I got it, and then something I often do, or I always do when I get a new module. I think I might have started building them at that point, but put into a small case with just that and maybe one other module,
Yeah.
and you know, so really just get to know it. So you know, as a result, I feel you know confident that I know what to do with most of the modules here. You know, like I know how they work for the most part.
And you know that's kind of the reason I feel like everyone should own at least one. Like every single person, I feel like you should either have like a little 3D printed case, or you should just like buy a 4MS pod or like a palette or something small. Because I think anytime you buy a really big complicated module, because you see this online a lot where people will have on like Reddit or whatever, they'll be like, oh, I bought a bunch of big modules and I didn't really click with any of them. It's like the reason you didn't is because you plugged all of them in at once and just expected it to sound good instantly. And like I think it's a really good idea when you buy, like I did this when I got Ornament and Crime, and I did this when I got beads. And it's just like you take a little case like this, you put like minimum viable party, which is my favorite term that has ever come out of my Mylar Melodies videos, minimum viable party. And you just like you put it in the little box and you just use it. You like deep dive into the manual and just figure out what it specifically does. Like if you're doing an effect, just put a little sine wave into it. Nothing more complicated than that. And then later on you can add the more crazy stuff, because then and you won't get overwhelmed and you'll learn the module better. And it can also be a good way of kind of rediscovering stuff you have. Like, so this rack is really weird, just objectively speaking. It's a 2 HP. Oh, it's a. So let me see if I can. Oh yeah, there we go. So in here we've got a 2 HP freeze on this side, which is one I almost never use. Oh, Kyle, we can't hear you.
That's a good module.
2 HP freeze is a cool, weird
really
module. I always want to sell it, and then it does something cool, and I'm like, no. So I've got a 2 HP freeze. I've got a Dupfer A118 noise and like random, which is one I kind of have had for a while, but I never use. I've got the 2 HP OSC, which I use all the time. It was actually the very first 2 HP module, and it's just a VCO. And I've got the 2 HP sine, which is just a sine wave with a wave folder and a sub. The A147, I've got just like a delay LFO, and then I've got effects and an output at the bottom with a clock divider, because I love the startup. This is great also for a small case, is having a tiny little output slash mixer slash clock in one thing that's 4
Wait, what is that?
It's the Music Thing Modular Startup. It's been my
Oh, right.
primary audio output for a while, but it's got dual line outputs, so you can use two headphones with it, or you can use it as a stereo line out. It has a stereo line input, which is how this mic is going in. It's got a 5 input mixer with fixed levels, and then it's got a tap tempo clock and clock divider in 4 HP. It's kind of nuts.
That's
Um,
okay. I'm getting one of those. That's
Not to turn into an ad for Tom Whitwell, but anyhow, this has been a really weird case because these are kind of things like I would never like. I haven't picked out this random voltage for a while, but like there's no sequencer, there's no quantized pitch here. It's just like squiggles and like LFOs and voltage and shit, and it's been really fun messing around with it because I have to think about things completely differently. I'm like doing feedback and oscillators into each other and all that shit, and it sounds really nice. Um, but yeah, so I'm a proponent of small cases for specifically for exploration of like weird. Oh wow, weird shit.
yeah.
So,
I was really happy. Like I mean, I had the 4MS pod, the 48, and then the 64, and that's all I had. And then I built this bigger.
Whoa.
sorry.
The bigger case down here on the bottom, which is 126 HP, 2 rows, and then on the left there's this sort of shelf for the make noise stuff, and that has there's Velcro on the bottom of those.
Yeah.
And so anyway, that I built, and that when I finished that, it was exactly the right size for all my modules, and then quickly the cases, the pallets started filling up again. And then, but it was really great to finally have that, be at the point where I had, I could just take a couple, I could take like 3, but then also have all of them, but then definitely reach that point. Like my goal is to not have a giant, I don't want a big monster case, but, of course I keep getting more modules, or building more modules.
Don't we all?
But it's nice. It's nice to have all of them all, accessible. And it was really cool the first time I actually did have everything in the cases, and I could I'm going to use that one and that one, and didn't have to rearrange things. But definitely went through a period once I had the slightly larger, like I crossed a threshold to where I had enough modules so it could do 2 or 3 completely different things all at the same time. Like I wasn't using all the modules just to do a basic, one basic thing.
Yeah.
So suddenly I could have like completely different systems, and I didn't, and that's great if you can like set each one to do something different, but I hadn't gotten my mind around how to do that yet. So it was it just became a mess for a little while I was trying to play with all the things.
Yeah.
All right. Well, since this is a fight though of small case versus big case, I'm gonna take the big case side here because everything you guys have said about small cases is true. It's really good for kind of letting you focus on individual modules, individual specific things, and really learning them. But one thing that I have a problem with a small case is that it's almost like playing a single instrument, and a band needs more than just one instrument. And so at some point, even with my small 3D printed cases, I get to the point where I want something else. I want a little bit more. I want a bass line, or I want some samples. I want some drums. And you can't really do, well, Isaac, you can, because you're a genius.
I do. Well, I would argue my small performance case is really like medium sized. It's it's 7U 60 HP, which is about a square. And like, while that is small, I use a lot of external stuff. So and B, I use a lot of multifunction tiny modules. So I'll say like if you have an external thing with it, you can definitely add those parts in. If you're like, oh yeah, I want a bass line, but I can throw that to a Volca, or like, oh, I need drums, but I could just put like a drum brute next to this, that kind of thing is another good tool for that. And I see Kyle, you use like the machine with stuff a lot too. Right?
Yeah. Let me bring this down. Yeah. So I'm on my way like back up from, because I had this case for about 2 years. It's 66U roughly. and it got a bit too small. So I got a new bigger case. I've also got like
Oh, another big boy.
it's like overspill
Oh,
stuff.
I've got that in the corner of my room too. My fucking poor Dragatronic case is now just module storage.
Yes, just storage.
Power supply fucking broke.
And I've got the little droid pod. I mean, I don't own this, so it kind of doesn't really count. And
You don't own it yet.
machine for
Yeah.
all drum stuff, which is just like you can't do everything that does in Eurorack.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I have the squid sample here again, not mine, but it's temporarily here, and that's good. But I'd like being able to just play in,
Yeah. So like this guy, the Norn Shield, has been my best
That-
friend.
that's what she said.
Like all that stuff.
Uh,
I mean, you
this
could
guy's
do that.
been
with
my best friend for drums too.
Yeah,
And the squid. I think I borrowed that same squid for a live set because we had traded.
yeah, you did.
Yeah. Well, I also just want to say what Egon, his sort of philosophy as well. That sort of side of the argument, whichever argument it is like sort of like a discipline to fit everything into the case. I know he doesn't want any external, and like externals, is great. I used to have like a whole collection of little things, which is great. But the thing is, if I ever had to move it, I couldn't, And so,
Right.
so I definitely liked having when I finally actually built the portable case, to be able to just move it somewhere, and that's, love it. But I know that Egon has, it's a 9U, not sure exactly, I forget how wide, probably 84, can't remember. But but the idea is to just make it, have everything in that, and if just to figure out how to have that. Those are the limits. Those are the max size of what you can play with.
Yeah,
And again, like I love that that sort of idea of self-imposed limits for creative purposes.
I think it's a really good thing. I will say when I borrowed the squid, I did something similar where I was like everything was in box, and it was definitely a really different challenge because instead of using like normally I would have like prescribed chords with like a 3-voice with like the Volca or something, and I had to ditch that, and I was like, oh okay, now I have to learn rings as chord mode like really really good, and
Right.
It was a completely different thing, and but yeah, no, I think staying in the box, thinking in the box is a a good way to do it. It's a lot of discipline. Forestine too. Their case is fucking. Their stuff's amazing, and they stick with mostly just that and like the grandmother and the DFAM sometimes. But like, I really admire the level of restraint that people show with just being able to be like, okay, I'm gonna just set this space, and I'm not gonna add little sidecars here and there. I'm not gonna bring in other stuff. It's gonna be this box, and I guess we've gone from small case versus big case to nice medium case.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, nice
Excellent.
medium case is perfect for live. For
It's
me,
good for live, yeah.
because you take your case pre-patched,
Yeah.
you plug in your power, you plug in your audio out, and that's it.
And you're good
You're
to go.
not wrapping with laptops and USB hubs and loads of power connectors and like
Yeah.
the
Oh, God.
attack release live electronic music night we've got here, which is great. But you sometimes see people bringing like 6 pedals and an OPZ
Yeah.
and an OP1 and a laptop for visuals and a laptop for Ableton, and it's just a massive like power cables and USB cables, and so much can go wrong with that. Like,
Yeah.
Totally.
you really need to trust that nothing's going to get yanked out or anything, and I don't trust it.
I will say my all in rack set was really anxiety inducing for the fact that, well, on the way there my case almost didn't close because the monorocket case I was using doesn't actually have that much clearance in the lid, not as much as I expected, and so I had to like really wrench it down there and like press up all my poor stat cables. But I just had a thing where it was like I had a box for visuals, I had a box for audio, and I had to connect, like I had to make like literally like 20 connections to the KeyStep Pro, and that is the worst thing ever. Like never do that.
Yeah.
seriously just going like 1, 2, 3. Like I understand why people get those rack plumbers or whatever, or like the modules where it'll just be like all the KeyStep Pro snake into like one thing, because it's just like it's so much better if you just need to get there and like you need to set up in 10 minutes, sound check in 5, and then go. You know, like
Right. Well, and also, you know, you got to think about after your set. So if you're doing something with a lot of people, you don't want to also have to take down a bunch of stuff, which is going to take away the 10-minute setup time of the next performer.
Yeah, totally. You don't want to be that guy.
Right.
Yeah, or like for me, it's also just like I have to walk to sets because I don't have a car. So I'm also limited by like what I and like maybe my roommate can carry. So that's an interesting limitation to deal with as well.
And your rack's pretty heavy. Even a small case is heavy.
Oh god, this thing weighs like at least 5 pounds. This little box.
Like you do see some case advertised as like a light case, and it's like, yeah, but you're gonna fill it with modules, and modules are pretty heavy. I mean, modules weigh 400 grams a piece.
If your case is made of wood, it's going to be heavy, like guaranteed.
Yeah.
That lunchbox. See, that's the kind of thing that's like an ideal, like lightweight. I think actually, plastic or the aluminum, like the IntelliGel cases, are actually some of the cheaper or the more portable ones, or like the Tip Top Mantis as well. I see a lot of people with the Mantis because it's just like it's made of plastic, and like you can be like, ew, plastic, it's dinky or whatever, but like you can carry it. Like that's a serious appeal. You can toss it. If it comes with a bag, like
that one. I mean, that case, like I would get one if I wasn't committed to building all my own cases, just because that's one of the things I like about.
We're going to come to that.
That's actually a good segue, maybe.
Great. Okay, cool.
A segue.
But yeah, the Mantis, like it's so I always thought from the beginning that like I was like 104 6U seems like a really good size to me, and so that's what I built here. And sure enough, I love it. And so and I was like, this is the size of case I want. You know, I don't want like bigger. But so I'm gonna build another one of those. And so I have actually the wood right now to build another one of those. Although I'm actually gonna make it 7U. Because you know I need space for the Toadstool Tech 1U when they're available. And then I also have enough wood. I have a nice piece of maple that I'm gonna make into what you both have for your. It's like the square. You know.
The square is the best.
I love the square. That's really cool. I'm going to make a perfectly square maple case. So
I am so into this, like the square case. It's like the best for it. I'm fully converted. It's the best Euro form factor.
Yeah, but I like the Mantis. Like I like how the second row is slightly tipped up. You know, that's how when I was just had all my stuff just sort of positioned around. I had that sort of angle, and it's really nice. And but they were completely unavailable for so long when I first got into this. And then I went and I saw one in person for the first time. Finally, got one. And yeah, like looking at it, I was like, I don't know, the plastic, you know. But then in person, I was like, this is solid. You know, it looks quite nice in person.
Yeah.
And I would put stickers all over it though.
We have a pair here called Dissonance Network, and they play with two Mantis cases. And the last thing I saw, I noticed that they have 2 of them on the left and the right, and one is red and the other is blue, and it just looks so clean. It's great.
Nice.
Because they come in different colors on the legs. Oh yeah. Just rails.
Just rails and a piece of walnut that I stained or oiled.
It feels like we have segued.
Yes.
Section. Because everyone, Bartok, have you made a case?
Yeah, I've made quite a few cases. Actually, I was making cases before I settled on the IntelliGels. My very first case was just using like a Pelican box, but I didn't like, you know, how deep it was, and I was just wasting space. So then I got some wood, you know, and kind of put one together, and then from there I wanted to make different changes, and I wanted the 7U. My ideal case for me is a 14U. So top and bottom. And I tried making that out of like a thin bamboo plywood mix, which was a lot lighter than the wood case. But I did my measurements wrong, and I was like half an inch off
Oh,
once I put all the
no.
modules in. I went to like close it, and I was half an inch away from closing everything up. So
Oh, that sucks.
I still have the designs, and I want to go back to it one day, but I got so frustrated I just got the IntelliGel performance cases and called it a day.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Those IntelliGel cases are fantastic.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just recently built my first case, DIY, truly DIY. Like I've got the 3D printed thing, which I guess I technically like built. I don't know, assembled. It feels more like I assembled someone else's.
You pressed go, and then
I pressed
appeared.
go on the Ender 3, and it just did it.
Yeah.
Though I did have to. This case is it's clever because it uses sliding nuts, but they're also like structural, so that's how it connects everything together.
It connects
with
it,
sliding
yeah.
nuts. Yeah.
Oh,
Which
yeah,
is
nice.
an interesting design choice. This one's actually kind of falling apart. I need to print a new one because it's like starting to crack everywhere and the plastic's starting to peel. I actually had a second section, so it could be like 60 HP, and the second section split in two. So
Yeah. But they're so
like a metal bracing on the back or something.
they're so inexpensive to print. It'll be like £4 in plastic or
Yeah,
or
exactly.
less.
The nuts
Yeah.
and screws are more expensive than the
Yeah.
case itself. But I recently built this wonderful little picnic case, which my microphone is resting on top of right now. But I really love the picnic box. The picnic box was really interesting because I specifically set out with the idea of not to drill into it. Like, it's totally sleeper. And like you can totally make a case without drilling into it. I think Velcro is a lot stronger than you would expect, and
One of my first cases I used heavy duty Velcro,
yeah, that's what I'm using here.
and actually, so what I did is the power system. I was using the Trogotronic, and so I got a thin piece of wood, and I Velcroed all the Trog stuff on there, and or the board. And then I put that on the case, but I didn't realize how heavy duty it really is. So then when I went to go remove it, it was like I had to like yank really, really hard. So heavy, and that was 100 HP. And the heavy duty, I used it to hold the rails as well, and it holds everything great.
Yeah, totally. How this case is set up is it's also using Trogotronic parts, but they've got they're like made of PCB material. They're really cool. These like configurable side cheeks like brackets.
Oh, that's Trogotronic?
Yeah. They are Trogotronic. I don't think he sells them. He sent them to me in like a little care package so I could try and repair my power supply that I still haven't repaired yet because I just haven't. But anyways, he sent me those because the Trogtronic case I have is Pulp Logic 1U, and he's like, oh, with these you can switch it. And so, without having to drill out the holes or whatever. And so but I ended up just using them for this case with some rails, and basically how it works is the middle part is actually floating. It's not mounted to either side. How it works is it's got a little L bracket under each thing. I think there's 6 legs. And the L brackets are just Velcroed to the bottom of the box.
Ah, nice.
And so everything is supported from the bottom of the box. And the thing is, because there's 6 points there, like, it's not going anywhere. It's totally solid inside of it. And I've taken this thing on flights. I've checked it. I've actually, I've not checked it by itself, but I put it in a suitcase and checked it before. Internationally, I've used it as a carry-on. And it's like, it's never failed on me. I don't think I could get them out if I tried. And if I ever wanted to, and the box is completely unmolested on the outside, so if you want to just tear out the Velcro, like, there you go. It's just a box now again.
Yeah.
Which also makes it when I'm walking around with it in public, people are like, that is a very suspicious looking case. Like, it looks like the nuclear football or something, you know? It's like,
Well, then it's more suspicious once you open it.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I open it, it's like a bunch of fucking, like...
Don't worry, it's
not a bomb.
It might be nice to give that back to a charity shop when you're done with it.
Yeah.
Just like, rip your rails out and it goes back and someone else can use it for what they're going to use it for.
Yeah. Well,
Like picnics.
I have a second picnic box as well. It's a blue one that's, I think, about IntelliGel performance case sized. I haven't been able to kind of scrounge together rails and stuff and hardware for it, but ostensibly it should be the same thing.
Yeah.
Same kind of deal. And I've seen actually this exact picnic box in similar charity shops around here. It's quite a popular. It's a Brexton brand one, if you ever see those. And it came with all the crockery, and I still regularly use those plates and stuff.
You had to buy a new bowl though. Did it not come with bowls?
It didn't come with a bowl. It was only plates. The bowl. My bowl fiasco was unrelated. I have purchased a new bowl. I do have a bowl now. But yeah. I use actually stuff. All my forks are like absolutely tiny though. That's the size of all my forks. Because that's the ones that came with the picnic boxes. So I only use tiny forks and teaspoons.
So the next topic: small forks versus big forks. I actually, after you, right after you built your picnic basket case, I passed by a yard sale and there was a picnic basket. I was like, for a few dollars, and I was like, I'm gonna do that too. So I got it and I brought it home. And there were two things. One, it was just like really loose wicker. It didn't really, it wasn't that strong, and it was also a little too large. Like it wasn't any reasonable dimension where you could fit things in. It'd be sort of like, like 2 3/4, and then like maybe if you had another, rail on its side. I don't know. It was. I gave it to a charity shop.
I think there was a lot of luck with this case because it was the fact that I had to do as little manufacturing as I did was 100% luck because I already had the things from something else. Kyle donated the rails, which were exactly the right size, like they were perfect, and exactly enough of them.
Well, I mean that's the case with this. This is like my local, my favorite brewery in the world. Is McLeod, and it's in Los Angeles. They have 2 locations. Love it. The second location is actually just down a couple doors down from the Vintage Synth shop.
Nice.
Gotta do that. Or a museum. I mean, the Vintage Synth Museum. But anyway, this is like a standard, swag size. You can get these cases. This is just a sticker they put on it for their branding or their marketing. But anyway, this is exactly. Like 40 HP or whatever
I love that you can fully remove the lid all the way as well. That's one problem. I've gotten.
I broke it to do that.
Oh, there you go. I've gotten complaints while playing out because I've had people who've been like, "Man, it was a really great set, but I could not see anything you were doing because the picnic box it opens up like this and it stays like that. I can't remove the thing." So. Which is really kind of annoying because it means A, it can only be flat on its back, and B, no one can see what you're doing. It just looks like, I'm in front of that.
Yeah. Tim, when you tell us about your mirror would be good. Tim, tell us about your cases.
My cases.
Yeah.
All right. Well, like I said, when I first moved, actually I can't reach it. It's on top of a bookshelf right now, but the first thing I built was a 126 HP skiff. And immediately after building that, I was like, I need a second row. And it was also like, it was a little crooked. So my woodworking, like I've been making things out of wood for, since college. I just really got into it. So at one point I built everything that in my apartment. One time, other than things you sit on, chairs are like next level, but bookshelves, table, that kind of thing. But the thing is, I'm not necessarily good. I just enjoy doing it. And, the things I build usually stay together, but I'm, like I say, I'm like a measure twice, cut once, and then measure a couple more times, and then like glue to make up for the fact that the cut was wrong. And, just like it's sort of like cobbled together. But I think like my woodworking is the same. Like I approach it the same way as modular, where like every project, I'm like, okay, well, it would go better if I had, a better square. So I'd go and buy a square. Like this would go better if I had like, a better.
I need an automatic center punch right now.
Exactly. Yeah.
I
so
love
like
the automatic center punch.
I'd get So like I built up the tool. I don't have a big tool set collection, but it's bit by bit it's gotten better. But the last thing that I did buy, which is now that I actually have a place where I can have something larger than a hand saw, is I got a compound miter saw, which is
nice. Like, I love miter saw.
So it makes a nice right angle cut. So that's how I was able to have this big thick piece of walnut that I got. It was like offcuts at from a hardwood store. So it's just like, you know, got just a block of wood. You know, there's no way I'd be able to cut that by hand. But
Yeah,
as
no,
soon as
that
I
looks
got
great.
the compound miter saw, just zoop, you know, it's like
Yeah.
sliced right through it.
Got the whole protractor on it, so you can measure the angles and stuff.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
So anyway, I really enjoy building things out of wood. Not so good. I'm banned from doing any, you know, significant construction around the house, just because generally things like I'll put the shelf in, it'll fall down because I mismeasured.
Yeah.
But I do enjoy doing it. So that's where modular is perfect, because it's, you know, a box, and boxes are reasonably straightforward to build. So
And they don't
you
tend
can
to
still
be.
mess it up, but no one's going to get hurt, you know, if
Yeah,
I do.
They don't tend to be especially like structural too. It's not like you're putting
Right.
a bunch of stuff on there. You're
Yeah.
putting a couple modules, but like as long as you can
Exactly.
get the rails to line up, which I mean, if you're using something that's already got brackets on it too, it's even easier. You just
Right.
it's like 4 holes, you know.
Yeah. So my next case is like, I'm definitely gonna. So I built these two, like this one, I built last year, and it's basically for this I built the larger. Took like a 1x8, so it was a 7.5 or whatever the dimensions are. You know, just under 8-inch wide board. Made a box. Put the top and bottom on with some plywood, just glued on, and then once that was done, then I just cut it in half. Using the lid's way over there. So I won't go get it. But anyway, it's, you know, the grain lines up when you do that, and it looks nice. And got some hardware from Reliable Hardware in North Hollywood, which is where all the road case hardware comes from. So nice removable hinges and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And that's really the best way to do it is to make a complete box and then just cut it to where you need it to make the two parts. You're putting a lot less stuff together. The one I did, you know, I used glue and then I also nailed, but then you're not doing a lot of extra work. You just make a box and then cut it in maybe half, or however you want to split it.
Mm-hmm.
And if you build a full box, it kind of right angles everything.
Right. In a way, and also it looks much nicer. Like these corners, if they're all glued, look really, really nice
If
and
your
smooth
cuts
in a way
are
that you
square,
can't
then
otherwise.
it will kind of naturally.
Yeah, if you've got two square faces.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These corners look really nice though. Just, you know, where they meet, because it's glued together, and then that's sort of sliced in half. So, and also with both of these, this was wood that I already had lying around. These end pieces of mahogany I did buy for my ribbon controller that I built. That thing. And so I had enough left over from that to do these end pieces, and then this was some wood that I had from something before. This case was entirely a bookshelf that I had for a few years, just as like a shelf, a piece of wood, you know, bracketed to the wall. So at this point, like I haven't, you know, it's very little in terms of actually buying parts. Like the passive bus board, the rails were the most expensive part, really.
The rails are always the most expensive.
Yeah.
Expensive.
And I
part.
use Z-rails, which I like.
Z-rails. Yeah, I was gonna ask what everyone's favorite rails are.
Yeah, but I'm gonna go vector. I'm going vector from this point on, just for you know, savings and
Hate
flexibility.
vector rails. Fuck vector rails. No, vector rails are annoying if you're installing something that is upright, because they don't have the lip, so things slip down, which is so obnoxious to me. It's infuriating. The thing about vector rails though is that you get an extra like 1/4 inch, I guess, if you per pair, which can be really helpful. So I think with this blue case, actually, the way I've measured it out is if I want it to be 7U vertically, I have to use vector rails, because that will be the only thing that will fit, and I think it will just barely fit. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to do that. I'm not quite sure how to do the vector rails just yet, because I was going to get the some sort of brackets, but I'm like, no, if the point is to, you know, save on parts and just, you know, have the flexibility and whatnot, I'm going to try to figure out other methods of doing that. But maybe 3D printed or something like that, or do what you know, just make my own. Just get a piece of aluminum and make my own brackets.
Yeah.
I'd like
Yeah,
to
it
build
is.
a case
I will say
instead of
that
mint tin.
I will say that versus vector rails or Z rails, if you get brackets from somebody, to double check that their dimensions are for that rail that you're going to use in mod. That's one thing that I found out the hard way is I got rails for somebody who designed them, and they measured everything off of Z rails, and then I was using vector rails, and it didn't line up correctly.
Yeah, that blows.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. I was thinking I could use my Z-Rail brackets, but I was like, I can't use those to make a guide because I knew that they're wrong. But yeah, there is a place that people have recommended online in the discords for that will do vector rail specific brackets. But just gonna go. Got to place that mouse order pretty soon.
I've not had too many issues with brackets. All my cases have brackets. You can't really see, but I got like 6U brackets.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and on this case, I made the rail assembly, and then attached the sides, and then marked and cut the front and back.
Mm-hmm.
So rather than making a square, I just made a case with side cheeks and then put a front and back on it.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. Oh yeah.
They're can you see they are screwed up here,
Oh yeah.
then filled in with like walnut, which you can kind of sell as like an accent. It makes them look fancy.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's on this stand as well. Hold on.
Yeah, it is really. It's a really thick, like nice thick case. It's the wood's beautiful. Oh,
Hold on.
the hand.
Yeah, it's 32 mil oak.
That's fucking huge.
32 mil oak. Yeah.
Massive.
And you can buy what's called planed all round here. I don't know. It's got maybe different names, different places. But basically, it's like finished, ready to go. You just cut it at a right angle, and you've got your slabs. Yeah.
I love
Nice.
this case so much. I've always loved this case like that.
Yeah, it's
Someday
beautiful.
I want to build a case like that with just chunky wood, just like a big
Yeah, it's a big guy.
yeah.
And the stand's made from the same plank.
Yeah. Nice.
With just like thick dowels at the back. Amazingly, like solid. I'm surprised at that.
Oh, I thought it was mounted to the wall. Is it a freestanding?
Yep.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
And then
I assumed it
wooden
was on the
dowels, or is that
pegboard
metal?
behind it.
Yeah, wooden dowels. I know.
Wow,
Oh,
that is
shit.
It really shouldn't work. But it does. Yeah.
Put anything.
So that was my
delicate in
kind
your-
of main case. Luckily, the new case I've gotten, that one, just also happens to be oak, so they match.
Oh, they match really nicely. Yeah.
Yeah,
Even the feet look kind of similar.
yeah. It looks like they're a pair, but they're not. They're made separately.
Well, they're
And
a
I've made
pair now.
various like laser cut, tabbed box things.
Mhm.
You go to tabboxgenerator.com.
Oh, yeah, I
and
see those,
This size
yeah.
by this size, and then you just send that to the laser cutter people, and they cut it for you and send it to you, which is really easy. Cutting rails is tricky. You can use a hacksaw, but that's like it's really hard to cut them
Great.
square.
Well,
Yeah.
if you have a compound miter saw, that's a really good
Yeah.
thing. Compound
I know,
miter
and
saw
I was-
is aluminum extrusion. When I did robotics, we would cut so much aluminum on those. You need a different blade, I think. For
You need a
it.
different blade.
Yeah, and I got that. Actually, I was all prepared to invest in a good aluminum blade. Like something that's like very fine teeth or whatever you need. But it turns out the metal and concrete blades are like these, because you just wear through them. They're just like $7 each, and they're just these
Yeah.
almost
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
disposable solid pieces of something. So
Yeah, you actually like grind metal rather than cut it.
yeah, exactly.
yeah,
It's a disc of some, compound of some sort.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can use a hacksaw. I've done that. I've used the Dremel as well. So there's definitely options if you don't have access to power tools. You just got to take your time, go slow. What I did with the hacksaw, I just taped it. So then I had a kind of like my guide where I was cutting, and then just take some sandpaper to clean up the edges because it's going to be pretty rough.
Yeah.
You know,
And wear safety glasses if you're using a Dremel.
yes.
Yes,
Safety
because
glasses always.
I did not, and I got a metal chip in my eyeball,
Oh, no.
and had to be taken to the ER, and they pulled that sucker out.
Oof.
Yeah.
So please
Um,
wear safety glasses.
Yeah, wear
Wear
safety glasses.
safety glasses. Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone needs to make a mount for a Dremel that turns it into a tiny little miter saw.
Those exist.
Oh my!
I think they do.
Of
course
course,
Yeah,
of course
they do.
Oh my
There's
god!
a mount to turn a Dremel into any other power tool, basically.
I've always wanted a Dremel. They're
Yeah, same. Well, me too. I never had one, but then I learned that mini handheld routers exist, which is probably like
Oh.
bigger than a Dremel, but it's
Yes.
basically like it's designed to be handheld. Unlike
Yeah.
I've got a router that someone gave to me a long time ago. It's like a full size, and it
Huge
terrifies me. I used it once, and I was like, I'm amazed I still have my fingers. So I've never used it. I would love to have one that's mounted upside down. You know, with a so you can just like push something along and guard
I've built
it.
one
And-
of those,
Nice.
so you can
That-
just
yeah.
get like some plywood and mount the router up.
that'd be fantastic. It'd be so nice to be able to cut like grooves and dados and whatnot on the side.
Yeah.
I mean, table saw would be great. I'd love to. I had access to one once, and it was.
See,
amazing.
those are like some of those tools I'm like terrified of. Like,
Yeah.
like table saws are so scary.
Yeah.
The jigsaw is, I think, the absolute most terrifying.
The
thing
handheld
in the
one, you
world.
mean?
Yeah, they're so
the
scary.
saber
They're
saw,
so
yeah.
scary. It
Yeah,
feels
I
like it's
wanted
gonna
it.
just fly off and like kill you. It's gonna
Yep.
turn around and.
I have had that blade fly off, and it didn't kill anyone, fortunately.
Yeah, but.
really
Yeah.
scary.
Tim,
That's
if you-
scary. It's like after. Sorry.
I was gonna say, if you want to make that table, Iggs Bozon just made one, so he can probably help you out with that and give you.
I might do that. Like I don't know if the router, it's been in a box for 20 years, so I'm sure it probably still works. But yeah, that'd be cool. And I know he's got a table saw too, right? That might take him up on being able to use that. Like for the next case, so I had been slowly building up my power hand tool thing back a couple decades ago when I was like building all my own furniture. That just means like a drill and the saber saw, like the jigsaw, and a sander. So like just a couple basic tools. But then I sort of went back again. It's like I went there and then I came back. So then I got really into just hand sanding and hand sawing as opposed to using these other tools because I don't build that much, so it's not like.
Yeah.
But for cutting this case in half, a table saw would be the best thing for that, for cutting a box in half. But what I have instead was a Japanese, is it Ryobi or Ryoba saw?
Yeah,
Ryobi.
Which is like the very long, thin saw with like very fine teeth, and it's designed to cut on the pull stroke instead of the push. So the Western saws you push, and then you pull back and push, and that's where it does the cut. But this one, like it's on the pull stroke, and has this big long handle like that. So you hold two hands and you stand right in front of you. You barely have to put any pressure on it. You just pull, and it goes, and because it's so wide and so thin, it has a beautiful, it's just smooth and like this. I did completely by hand and by eye, and it, at the final cut, it's off by like 1/8 of an inch. That's as much as it drifted.
Ryobi
nice.
is absolutely fantastic for super cheap tools. Like we've had like Ryobi drills that are great. Impact drivers, they have great ones there too.
This isn't brand Ryobi, it's Ryoba or something like that. It's the kind of
Ryoba.
saw. It's like the kind of saw. So it's so it's I mean I don't know if it's Ryoba, but it's not Ryobi the brand. So it's
Just Japanese saw.
right. Japanese saw, Japanese
Oh
hand
yeah,
saw.
Ryoba saw. I see. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Mine is
they're kind of
double-sided.
square ones. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Mine's double-sided, so one is for cross cuts and the other one's for rip cuts.
Yeah.
I see.
They're pretty inexpensive usually.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
you
yeah.
can, you
I
can
got
get
it.
expensive ones, but you can get them for fairly cheap as well, and
Yeah.
they're really nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop out because I'm starting to get rained on now.
Yeah, it was great to see you.
Nice.
Yeah,
enjoyed
thanks
the,
for swinging by, man.
Yeah,
The
thanks
scene-
for letting me crash in. Good
Cool.
to see you guys.
See ya.
Yeah, cheers.
That's nice.
That was great. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty lucky now to have a garage that we don't use for a car, so it's just full
Good.
of wood
Yeah.
and woodworking tools.
Our
I'm in the
garage at
garage.
home is
I'm in the garage
very
that's not
similar.
you. This is the garage.
Oh yeah, nice.
Yeah.
I mean, it's too cold to use that as like a living space.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got a cheap table saw and a cheap planer thicknesser, so I can like mill rough sawn wood, which is much cheaper, but it's a lot of work.
Yeah.
It's a load of work to get there. And if you're just building a case, actually, I would just buy stuff that's ready to go.
Yeah. I know it like at least in the States at home, like a Home Depot or whatever, you can just get like, planks and they will cut them to length for you,
Yeah.
and then you just have the right measured thing and you just use that, which
Yeah.
I've done before because it's
Yeah,
Or
my
there's-
maple-
it works.
There's probably a local lumber yard
Yeah.
who'll
that'll
give you
cut for
nicer stuff for better prices.
Yeah.
Mm.
This, well, my skiff that I built, there's a lumber yard that I drive by down the road, and I walked in. I was like, "Hi, do you have any? I'm looking for like a nice piece of like a good piece of like hardwood or something like that. Maybe like, something." And he's like, "Oh, we've got some redwood." I was like, "Okay, like this redwood board," and he sold it to me for like, for like $4. I was like, "There's no way this is redwood." I was like, "It's not. It's like some sort of fur." I don't know, but but it looks nice. It looks fine. Yeah, exactly. I was like, well, whatever. But but the pine or the maple board that I have is not totally even, so I have to bring it there. I'm undecided about whether I'm going to bring it to the lumberyard and just ask them to just rip it so it's just even length, or I might actually, I had one other idea. I might just clamp off and use that terrifying jigsaw, the saber saw, like with a guide clamped off, and see how well I can do. Or since it's only going to be the 1 foot in any dimension, I might actually just cut it into shorter lengths first, and then rip it with the compound miter saw, which is terrifying because my fingers would be pretty close to the blade. But
a wired circular saw they're pretty cheap, and they're perfect for just ripping like plywood sheets or boards to length. They won't give you a good finish, but
sanding.
Yeah.
If you're using a miter saw too, if you're worried about your fingers, you can use a second piece of wood to hold that other piece of wood, so your fingers don't get quite as close.
Oh
Well,
yeah, never cut something that's so small.
Never
that
cut.
won't-
no. But actually, I did have access once. I had a workspace in New York, which was like a space that there's a woodworker, he's a furniture builder, and he had like a bunch of smaller spaces off of that he sublet, and I so I rented one along with a painter once for about a year, working on some projects, and in that I had access to all of his gear, his big professional tools. So it was like this big table saw and this thing called like the Grizzly, which was this circular band saw with like this enormous blade.
Yeah.
That was just like one small, you just sneeze and you've lost a finger. But it was like, so I was at first I was completely terrified of things, especially the Grizzly with this giant blade. But then at one point I was fighting something where I was like, there's some, but I was like, at one point I realized it was like that's really the tool that I needed. And, because it was so powerful, like you did have so much control, and so those things actually felt really safe. The table saw, again, this, blade, but it was a big solid one. So it wasn't going to fall over or anything like that. So as long as you know how to keep your hands away from it.
Well, I desperately want to mention the one table saw that has the conductive thing that goes through the blade.
Yeah, saw stop.
Shoots with the saw stop. That's it. That has the it has like a charge in it, like an explosive charge.
Yeah, it's like a shotgun shell.
Yeah, it's like
not a
shell.
shell, but like a charge. Yeah.
And it shoots it into the blade to stop it in like 1 nanosecond, and it stops you from getting nicked. But I will say also, Egon has made fun of us. We are now what the saw. Tonight,
Yeah.
So.
Well, it's DIY cases,
It is DIY cases,
And DIY cases is mostly chopping wood.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
So that's what saw's for. I would love a bandsaw because I do mostly wood turning now. So it's a
Yeah,
lot of logs,
that's good
and
with the
logs you
lathe. Yeah, I
can't
bet.
logs you can't chop on a miter saw very
When are we
well.
gonna see? When are we gonna see the round case, Kyle? That just has like modules circularly around it.
You'd need a really big lathe
Yeah.
to make that work. Um,
You just like you like heat form, like you like heat up your rails and then just
oh jeez.
bit. Or you could get what are they called, the ring benders, that it you put something
Yeah.
in one way and it goes more and
I
more.
don't think that would work with rails.
You
I think they
probably
would
not. It
warp.
would probably crush them. Yeah, because
Yeah.
I don't know.
But I think
watched a lot of-
probably the way, yeah, I mean, the way that I would approach that probably is just like have, like how you have the each row at a different angle, just like do a full circle of
just
that.
making like,
Yeah.
but then that's not really a circle. Then you're making like an octagon or something.
donut,
You know.
I would give one more tip for rails, which is have some sacrificial bolts for when you need to attach them to your brackets, because normally they're not tapped, so you need to tap it with a bolt, and quite often that will, like, if it's cheaper bolts, that will strip the head.
Good to know.
So you just like take that out, chuck it, and put the next one in, and then take that one out and chuck it, and then the final one will actually like work properly.
Yeah, definitely. I found myself. I actually remember now that invokes the memory of when I was trying to put together this case. So the only bolts I could get were from the hardware store down the road in like West End here, and I ended up not having a screwdriver. I only had one Phillips head screwdriver for like Eurorack, and these were too large for it. So I ended up having to use like this end on this multi-tool.
Oh no.
And so I just sat there for like literally, it must have been 3 hours just going and stripping every single hole on every rail, and it was painful. I'm really considering just buying a handheld drill while I'm here now. Once I get kind of a flat proper, I will just buy, I think, a handheld like, drill, because it's a great thing to have. It's a really helpful thing to have.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Totally.
Power supplies is the last. I was
Oh, power. Yeah.
yeah. I think
That's important.
There's that.
Yeah.
There's that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with the Trogotronic for the next case I build, just because I hear good things, and they're in California somewhere.
Trogotronic
Yeah.
has failed me. No, but WT's he's a really cool guy. He's super helpful. They've just because I've had a bad experience, I don't encourage other people to.
Right.
I have power supplies left and right lying around that I need to put into cases. So I've got to use these, which are great but are super noisy. But they work. But,
I mean,
you know,
I mean, I could just stick with what I have. Like, I've got the 4MS row power, two of them, one in each of these cases, and then just like a passive, DIY passive bus board. Actually, no, one's DIY, the other one's the Befacco. Once I realized that the parts, it was like basically the same to buy it assembled as the parts. But
yeah,
that's the one where it's like just passive bus board with the headers are flat, or they're
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So it's like lower profile, and it comes with just like just sticky tape already on it. You just peel those off, stick them on, and it's they're great. I'm very happy with that one. So
I will say I have been desperately wanting to make. I have a 4MS row power that I use. I actually brought it along when I brought all our video stuff along, because the video modules are super power hungry. So when we bought them, at the time, I think it was the most powerful Eurorack power supply available, which was like a skiff mounted one, which was the row power 40. Now they have a 45, I think, and there might be more powerful skiff ones. But so I have one of those that I'm using in the main case now. But we bought one of these a while back, the Racket Go, and I never see this in stock anymore. But it's really awesome because it's USB-C, and it's designed to be run off of a power bank, and so you can just and it's 2 HP as well, so you can just put it in like a really tiny case, and it's got barely 500 milliamps, so you can put like maybe 3 or 4 modules off of it. But I think it would be I really have been wanting to make like a really small, something larger than this plastic box, but like thin and like 60, like maybe 60 50 HP, and just do like kind of little things. Just put like beads and warps and like an oscillator in there and just go to town or some shit. Uh, but yeah, so I wish there were more power bank cases so you could do like a truly portable Eurorack. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
I actually have. I haven't done this yet, but I have an uninterrupted power supply, one of those battery backup things
Yeah.
for the whole computer system here, which I only use just for power, continuous power / power conditioning, whatever. And it's not giant, but I forget what I did the math, and it's got a lot of battery in there, and and it has the 120 volt. So I'm actually thinking that someday I might just grab that and just take it and run the modular off of that. I mean, if I did the math right, it should last for many hours. I probably didn't do the math right, but even not doing the math right, I'm sure it'll last long enough to at least half an hour. But I also feel it's very wasteful to me to have this battery thing, which is putting out 120 volts, which then I'm running into a little thing to then convert it back down to 12. I was like, I just want to get 12 out of that, and that but it probably doesn't.
Some of them have a 12
the
volt
same in the end.
DC, but you need slightly more than that to regulate down. Egon also mentions the Polyend Anywhere, which is the only other power bank compatible power source I've seen.
There's
no longer made.
There's an MMI modular USB power board. I've got one.
Wait, fucking dirt! Didn't Bifaco just make a new one too?
Yeah, that's not it yet.
No, it's on Bonk. You can buy it.
Oh, is it? Oh, well, is it? Okay. The problem with a lot of those is they use a little Meanwell block, so you get like maybe 500 milliamps per rail.
They're not powerful. The racket is certainly not.
And you can maybe do 84 on that, but not much more.
I think 60 is really. It also depends on how many modules. Like if you got
it depends what you could do a medium-sized like analog case.
Yeah, that's what that guy's looking at. Sporting circuitry wise, it's not a Meanwell or anything. I ended up looking at this part or something. It was just like a little tiny thing, but I don't think they rate it for more than 500. It might even be like 300 or something really tiny.
Yeah, I would also recommend Constant Lab as another brand to look at for power things. It's not cheap, but power isn't cheap.
If you keep on out on power, you're gonna get a noisy system. That's for sure.
But yeah, Trogotronic, Constant Lab are the ones I know of that do like complete sets of power, with all the options of like module power entry, side of case power entry.
Yeah.
Yada yada.
There's also honorable mention is maybe the Winter Bloom. The Micronova, which I believe you can hook up to USB-C. I don't know if you could run it off of a bank. I would be interested to see. Not off 5 volts, but if you had something that put out kind of that much. Which,
I don't know.
Might be able
that was one that I was actually looking at for the when I build the square case, the 60 by 6.
Mm-hmm.
I like that you can daisy chain them together internally, like you would with the 4MS, but it's DIY and it's smaller.
Yeah, that's a nice point. That it can be a fully DIY case, like you built everything,
you solder everything together.
Yeah.
The Bifaco Kiki power.
Where is it?
Yeah,
I also have this one, which I only use this for bench power, or when I'm doing the mini case. Control. This is AI synthesis
or AI.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Those are the design of those is always so funny. It's because it's really simple how they work, and it's kind of genius because it's just two 15-volt regulators, and you just a ton of caps, and then that's all there is to it. Yeah.
Now this one has it takes a 12-volt AC input. So I have a 12-volt AC wall wart, and sure enough, right after I got it, I plugged it into
no
and I was like plugged it in, like the no coast was like something's not right, and then I was like, but it was fine, it's totally fine. So hats off to Make Noises power regulation. But anyway, so then I put stickers all over it, like AC, over the wall wart, so I don't actually make that
there.
Shit.
Yeah,
that's intense, man.
No one needs AC power
right
on a wall wart these days. I mean, come on.
Yeah,
that's silly.
Yeah.
I was looking for I have a little lunchbox that's about half the size of this, which is 20 HP. And so I was thinking about at one point making a little 20. It's like good for like one module, you know.
Yeah.
So that'd be kind of fun. But I found this though at the same yard sale where I got the wicker basket that I decided wouldn't make a good case after all. I also got this, which I haven't used yet, and I'm going to. I've kind of been waiting to finish my the Turing machine first. I feel like this would be a good little Turing machine plus something else. It's this frame, it's a picture frame.
Oh
And
my
Amazing.
god. That would be fantastic.
The wooden edge around here is perfect.
Oh yes! Oh,
Incredible.
that's
Like,
amazing.
it gets screwed directly into the little the
Fuck
frame.
yes!
Amazing.
You have to do it.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna make a nice little
Must-
art. You know,
must make
it's a
that
generative art case. You know.
You should
Oh.
build a little box into it, like like a little skiff, so the
Yeah.
back protect, and then put
Yeah.
like, the picture frame.
In your wall.
No, well,
Like,
you know that
cut a hole in your wall.
you know that thing that you get. It's like a trapezoid of cardboard on the back of picture frames.
Oh
Yeah.
You know that? Put one of those
Oh,
in
the
the
little
back.
thing where it like
The little
holds
thing,
it up.
yeah, it folds
Yeah,
out
yeah,
and it
yeah.
doesn't roll over. Put one of those in the back, and then
Yep.
you've got a little
Then you've
case.
got a
It's a
little-
proper picture
yeah.
frame.
And then probably
I think
also
it'd be
put
funny
the,
mounted to your wall like one of those wall safes.
Right. Like swing it open, and then the NLC. Maybe I put the NLC Lux in here, so as you walk by, it'll
It'll just like
Yeah,
it'll
nice.
Or there's actually music thing has just come out with a motion sensor module that uses
Oh,
a
it's
motion sensor.
PIR.
Yeah, something
Sensor
like that.
thing,
That
yeah.
would be absolutely perfect for that exact thing. Because if you walk by it, it'll put out like a gate or whatever, a burst.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't, what does that one actually do?
Let's see what it does actually.
I saw it, but I didn't really look.
Yeah, because I would never buy one, but it looks motion. It's 35 pounds. It's cheap, limited
Oh, okay.
edition of only 100 full DIY kits. Yeah, so it's a switch triggered by movement. So it's a passive
that's
infrared
cool.
sensor. Yeah. Oh, it detects movement of warm bodies within a few meters.
That'd be easy to totally DIY as well. No, I guess, but if there's a kit.
You'll hear a click from the module every time the relay flips. If you find this
I want to do something
annoying,
with relays.
oh
This
my
is
God.
6 inches. The opening is exactly 6 inches, so 6 times 5, 35 HP.
There you go.
What is that? How it works?
Yeah, because HHP is 0.2 of an inch.
Oh,
So-
okay. Is it all right? Okay,
Yeah.
sure.
Five-
Or
5
5
HP is an inch. Yeah.
5.08 millimeters. I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah,
That
it's
sounds
I
probably
whenever I see people complaining about like how awkward like the HP or U is, into metric, it's like it is an even division in imperial, but it is also weird that it's Euro rack and not metric.
Well, because the 19-inch rack standard was developed in 1918.
Right?
One
Yeah.
of the
Right,
oldest.
yeah, okay.
HP is an absolutely ancient unit. Like,
Yeah.
it's extremely old. 19 because they used them for telephone interchanges, and I believe also on Steam. I want to say on like Steam engines, but that could be wrong. But I don't know.
Maybe.
But yeah, no, like 19-inch racks and horizontal pitch is a very, very old unit. So,
Yeah.
the UK was still
Nice.
using Imperial probably at that time.
Yeah. Should we move to the last thing?
Yeah,
This was
sure.
a
Yep.
question I got earlier regarding
Your
fancy
visuals.
visuals.
Oh, yes. How the hell do you do this?
okay. So Xbox Connect over there,
Uh-huh.
and a bit of processing code,
Nice.
and you just
Wow.
hit go and it runs it. The
And
trick
what's
is that
kinda
it needs to if it doesn't spin, your eye can't really like determine the shapes,
uh-huh.
because you just see like a flat grid of dots.
Uh-huh.
Kinda.
I see. So it's like a 3D. It's kind of it's doing like a 3D camera depth
Yeah.
thing.
It's
Okay.
IR laser dots
That's-
depth stuff.
Yeah, I got an original Connect when they first came out,
yeah,
and I did like a couple of Max patches with them. But then
yeah.
Never really
It's
did more.
Sick.
It needs to
Ah,
be a
sick.
Connect model 141, I think. 1414 Connect model. is the only one that.
There's a cool story with that. Like the people who were developing the Kinect, like the team wanted it to be open source. They're like, we want it to be open source, and so people, because it's like such a cool technology, it should be used for more than just a game, a proprietary game console. But Microsoft, of course, said no. Like it's ours, proprietary. So the team that did it, I don't remember the details, so I'll just sort of gloss over it. But like basically, the person who was in charge of designing it, they snuck in, like they made it so it was hackable. Like the way they did it, it was like they didn't give away the code, but they made it so that it was not hard to
use it.
hack it. So like when it was released, the Kinect came out. I don't know whether that person actually said it or what, but they're just like, there was like a race for the, to see who could hack it first, because it was totally hackable. And it was, it was a matter of days before someone hacked it. And then eventually, so people started buying it, and it was selling a lot more units to people who were just doing that sort of thing. And so Microsoft, once the cat was out of the bag, Microsoft said, well, they got on board with it, and they're like, okay, well, we're going to release an SDK, and and they went all in. They sort of turned 180 degrees because they saw how popular it was, and they saw how people liked that. And so that's credit to the hacker for
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's
It's such an incredible tool. So that's
Yeah.
another example that comes. So you can see on the left, it's almost like a night vision kind of
yeah,
effect.
it's like tracking you. Yeah.
Yeah, and then on the other side, it's like the color is the depth that it sees. So the closer it is, the warmer it is. And it can do stuff like it can do like person detection.
Mm-hmm.
So if you walk into frame, it goes, "There's a person. That's person one."
Yeah, I've seen a lot of stuff with that.
And then if another person comes in, it goes, "That's person two." I track them separately.
Yeah,
and then
people use
they
it
can
for,
leave
like,
and come back.
It was for like a lot of like fucking. There's a lot of rhythm games, like dancing games you could do with it. Like,
yeah. Well, that's the one max patch that I actually built with it was, it's easy to be able to sort of slice a video frame into quadrants, and and you can also detect motion. So it was very, very simple to like split like this frame into 3 columns. So if there's movement here, you trigger an event. If there's movement here, you trigger an event, and there. And so but the thing is, like, if there's movement all going on, then it's kind of chaotic. So the nice thing about the Kinect is you can do a vertical slice as well. So like if I'm going back here, it won't see it, but you say anything that's happening within this zone, it will see. And so then you can have your slices. So basically what I did was created triggers for audio, so you can like ding 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 ding
awesome.
ding
Yeah,
ding ding ding. But like you can do it in an environment where there's a lot going on, and it will only pick up what's actually happening at that point in the depth map.
That's awesome, dude. That's great. Yeah.
So you can do all this kind of stuff.
This is really cool. That's awesome.
Cool.
So it's the same, but you just tell it to do lines instead of, or you like join the points up with lines. And it basically just, and it spins faster and stuff. But yeah, it's really powerful. It also has, it's got a motor in it.
Really?
Yeah. Hold on. Which one is it?
Yeah, because there's also the Star Wars dancing thing.
In fact, if I put it here, right, so I can make it tilt up and down with with some key. Can you see it? Can you see it?
Yeah,
here?
I can see it kind of moving.
Yeah, it like tilts up and down.
Oh, look at him go! Does it only go up and down?
Only goes up and down, but it's kind of cool. It does a thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's really powerful, and you can get them for like, well, I imagine you can still get them on eBay for very little money. The only downside with them is they've got a really annoying cable situation where you plug the Kinect into the power socket bit, and then there's another cable that goes into your laptop. It's just a mess, but yeah, they're great. Get one for
Here's
cheap.
one
And then
for £6.49 with £3 delivery, or £18 for there's an Xbox One Kinect sensor. Apparently.
yeah, it has to be a model 1414.
Yeah, I gave mine to someone who was going to use it more than me, because at some point the Max, because I just use Max, like I don't know, it didn't support it anymore. I'm sure it does still, but anyway.
AliExpress 360 Kinect sensor. Yeah, all sorts of weird ones.
Right. So, yeah, the camera's not moving, but it kind of looks like it's moving
Uh-huh.
because I don't know why. It does.
Well, it's just yeah, it's rotating the virtual. Yeah,
It's rotating the
that's super cool.
yeah the
The
virtual
virtual
awesome.
camera.
that it's scanning.
Oh, I can see your cat.
Yeah. It also you can do color mapping on the point cloud as well. I don't have that. I don't have that sketch right now, but so it would like use the light camera and the IR camera together and like superimpose
Right.
the data on top of each other. It's pretty cool.
This would be great for a music video, though. Definitely.
Yeah, and this is in processing.
In processing, yeah.
Mhm.
The software.
There's a whole series by a guy called Daniel Schiffman on YouTube who does really good processing and P5 and JavaScript and
Cool.
various things.
Mhm.
Yeah. So that's how you do that.
Rad.
And you have to go through the classic like software hacking hoops of downloading 15 dependencies and
Yeah.
installing stuff in terminal and all that nonsense. But
Oh yeah.
if you can do that, that's all fine.
That's why I gave up on
Yeah.
using the Kinect.
Yeah. And that's why
But
I keep this old laptop with that stuff all on it, and my new
Yeah.
laptop is like clean.
Yeah. Well, I just found a new sort of tutorial series for Max for Jitter, and created some visuals last week. So I'm pretty excited. I'm sort of feel like I'm about to get back into that.
Yeah.
And, did like one's basically creating an oscilloscope, but an artsy one as opposed to a scientific one. So,
Yeah. I'd like to play with that because Droid outputs MIDI or can output MIDI as well as CV kind of arbitrarily. So I think sending MIDI through into Max or processing or something.
Max is also like the best MIDI switcher manager, whatever that you could ever have.
Yeah.
Because it's just endlessly flexible.
Yeah, sure. So sending that in, like get a sample and hold, send it out as CV, send it out also as MIDI, make it do stuff. I think could be quite cool.
You use the mutant brain a lot, right? Tim with
me?
Max.
No, I don't use it a lot. I want to use it a lot. I have used it, and I am planning to use it a lot more. But yeah, so the Max, like I was actually working a while back, not too long ago, on a whole suite in Max for like different modules that do things. So I had built a couple different sequencers, and then I had built that sort of video to CV or video to MIDI converter, where it would like basically split up the different quadrants and look for movement, and then also divide it by color channels, so like warmth versus the cool or whatever. And you could assign that to do whatever you wanted for MIDI. And so in building all these different things, I was like, I'm going to make them all sort of unified, sending to one central patch, which is basically it's designed to send out to speak to the MIDI brain, the mutant brain, and it works, so it's actually pretty easy since I did that to then plug anything that I make into that. If I just, any new Max patch that I build, I could just have a send to, the in and out module or patch, which I made, and then the in and out module, which I made, or the patch, I can just patch that one. Okay, this is going to go to mutant brain 1, mutant brain 2, whatever it should be. And then I can have it set as a threshold or whatever. So anyway, so I did all that. And then I also realized that, I was doing something in, someone asked about with a Max for Live patch, and I realized that actually Max for like Live handles MIDI very well as also. So I was thinking maybe I should just make everything into Max for Live patches and just everything through, or whatever they're called.
Yeah, and, I'd really like to play with Max more. I've entered a contest. I think I'm in the drawings currently for some lifetime Max licenses. So I'm hoping I can get a hold of that just to mess with it because it's a bit expensive.
Yeah. Does Max for Live come with Live, or is it a separate thing?
Max for Live
tier.
Yeah, no, it's Max for Live comes with yes, right, with a high enough tier, yes.
So
Get like
comes with
studio or whatever. Yeah. Otherwise, it's an add-on. It's an add-on that's a little bit less than Max, but I already had the license, so
Right.
I was able to get it for
Suite comes
just
with.
if you already have the license for Max, then
Yeah, see, I've got Suite, so I can run CV tools
right.
Mm-hmm.
from Ableton, which is great. But I've never played with other Max for Live stuff. I probably should.
I mean, like many years, like 14 years ago, whenever I first learned about Max, I was just basically I was like, how can I build something where I have a box with a button and I push the button and it plays back a video on my computer? You know, it's like very simple. I was like, how do I do that? And people are like, 1 Max, 2 Arduinos, you know, and then just blew my mind, you know, and so I like try to learn all those things. But I invested in the license for Max long ago because I was, you know, the tutorials that are built in and the UI and everything like that just made it worth it to me to, you know, I was like, it's not cheap, but I was like, the amount that I would spend learning anything else and the time, you know, is worth it to me to spend, because it's not terribly expensive, you know, it's not cheap, but it's not, you know, it's not
€1
thousands of
rack module, just about an expensive Euro.
Yeah,
right.
But it's so
but
it's
also
so, it does everything virtually, right?
Exactly, it does everything.
so
I've used
flexible.
it so much over the years, you know.
Yeah.
So
I need to do more.
and I tried to learn other things, but I was like, well, I already know this well enough.
Yeah. I've done a little bit of stuff in Max with for live theater, doing just like a one-tap video and audio delay.
Yeah.
So you have a webcam and a microphone, you delay it by 4 seconds, and then play that back on a screen next to the person the camera's pointing at, and you've got them from 4 seconds ago playing a duet on cello with themselves.
That's
in
awesome.
the past. And it was like 15 minutes to build or something. In
I
Max.
think you
like
did you post a video to that once, like a couple years
Probably,
ago?
yeah.
Yeah, I think you did. I think I saw it. It was really cool.
And it's just like, it would be so hard to do that in a line by line thing. Like, it'd be possible, but you'd have to set up a big video buffer array and then find the chunk and keep writing to it.
It's really. I mean, I've done a lot of things where it's like it'll record a constant buffer, and then you can, you know, scrub back through it and with video going back. But I actually need to run, unfortunately.
Yes,
yeah,
we should finish up because it's
probably like 2 hours.
Yeah. 1 hour 30
we have only 6 hours to go.
Yeah, there you go. For DJ MJR.
Cool. All right. Any closing? Anything happening, or are we just gonna stop?
I haven't said the word "fuck" the entire time.
That's what she said.
Boom. Roasted. I'm not using my
drive time radio.
Cool. All right. Thanks for watching and listening, everyone.
Nice. Yeah.
We'll see you next time. Heck's not here. I don't know when that is.
Maybe next time we'll get Heck on here.
No.
No. He's not allowed. He's the one person who's banned from.
Yeah, we can't exist in the same podcast at the same time.
It's like crossing the streams and Ghostbusters. Fucking.
Cool. All right. Thanks for watching, everyone. I'm gonna do a little ambient bleep.
Awesome.
Cool. See ya.